So, all right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Time is 6:31. We will go ahead and call this to order. Item number 2 is our roll call and excused absences. We'll start with roll call down on this side. Yep, just your name.
Emmanuel.
Okay.
Angela.
I do
Jackie
asking.
Garcia.
Miss Grieve.
Maria Fishback.
Mark Brown.
Emma Hubbard.
Okay. And for excused absences, we do not have Mr. Sharp, but he did message in. Okay, so if I can get a motion to excuse Mr. Sharp.
Motion to excuse Mr. Sharp.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Aye. I think we were all unanimous. All right. Okay. Number 3 is our invocation or moment of silence. Miss Garcia.
Yes, I would like to do invocation.
Okay. Invocation.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allowing us to grow closer as a group so that we may make the right decisions for the city and the citizens of Cibolo. Amen.
And our Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I don't believe we have anything for citizens to be heard. I didn't see anything on the way in, but okay, nothing for citizens to be heard. And consent agenda, item number 6, that is the approval of the minutes from May 13th of 2026. Commissioners, has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from last month? Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve item 6A as written. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, starting on this end, Ms. Masengi?
Yes.
Okay,
Yay.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, and we'll move on to item 7A, which is our discussion regarding drainage study principles and practices. We're going to do the traffic impact analysis, the TIA, next month, right? Yes.
Thank you. It's on here. Good evening. I am Chris Otto. I am the city engineer for Cibolo. As you mentioned, we are going to focus on the drainage review process tonight. I talked to Rick, and if we did drainage and TIA at the same night, it'd be a rather long meeting. So we decided to move that one to the next meeting. I do have Sean Spivey here with me. Sean is our traffic engineer. And so if afterwards you have any traffic questions you want to get out today, we can do that after the drainage presentation. The purpose of the drainage review is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Cibolo from flood risk. What we review, we look at on-site drainage. Primarily on on-site drainage, we're looking at their detention or adverse impact analysis. In Cibolo, they are required to provide detention to 80% of pre-project conditions. So if a site has 100 CFS or cubic feet per second coming off of it during pre-development, post-development, they're only allowed 80 CFS. The other thing we look at is the regional impact. With the regional impact, we're looking off of the property, we're looking downstream, we're looking upstream to confirm that what they're proposing isn't going to adversely impact anyone else's structures, road crossings, stuff like that. And then the FEMA floodplain, we do look at the FEMA floodplain on every project. to make sure that they are not going to adversely impact the floodplain. Adverse impact to the floodplain is causing an increase to the depth or width of the floodplain within the watershed. And then we have the Atlas 14 rainfall frequencies. Back in, I think it was 2018, maybe 2019, new rainfall data was released for the state of Texas that is called Atlas 14. Prior to Atlas 14, the 24-hour, 100-year storm event was 10 inches. So 10 inches of rain in 24 hours was a 100-year event. With Atlas 14 in Cibolo specifically, that went up to about 12.25 inches. It actually varies as you go from South Bexar County, it's 10 inches. As you get north of Bexar County, it goes up to 12 and a half. We're at about the 12-inch range here. With that, the San Antonio River Authority does not have jurisdiction in Guadalupe County, but they are the regional experts when it comes to Atlas 14 specifically. They prepared new models for the entire San Antonio River Basin, which does include parts of Guadalupe County. So San Antonio River Authority did get grant money to update the hydrology models within the San Antonio River watershed in Guadalupe County. And they've updated those models to use the Atlas 14 rainfall data. And then they've also updated the hydraulic models that tell us how wide the floodplains are. And those are considered best available models. They are not regulatory from a FEMA perspective, but Sarah does have those the mapping available on their website, and I'll show you some of that later. But we are enforcing those as the best available models. So if someone is near a floodplain, we also check the BAM models, and we're going to regulate the worst case scenario between the two different flood models. And then the other thing that we check is the construction documents. When we're looking at their construction documents, primarily we're looking at the public infrastructure, the public drainage, but we do look at the private drainage also, especially on commercial developments, to make sure that the infrastructure that they're proposing is compliant with the stormwater management plan that they did submit. And I do want to mention that the stormwater management plan is the report every project has to submit. Stormwater management plan really focuses on all of these things except the construction documents. And it tells us how they're planning on handling the water. Velocities, quantity of water, where they're going to collect it, where they're going to discharge it, pre-project flows, post-project flows. It goes through all of that. So the first thing that we review is we do a completeness review. Oftentimes when we receive initial submittals on a new project, they may be missing information that we require for review. And so within the first 2 days of getting a package, we do a completeness review. We make sure that the report is actually signed and sealed. It provides all the exhibits and calculations. They provide us digital models. And we actually demand the digital models because you can provide printout of all these models and it gives you all the input and all the output. The way we review it is we actually get into the model itself and we run the model ourselves to make sure that it's working and that we're getting the same results that they put into the report. And then GIS and CAD data, we require that so we can pull it into our system and verify the information that they provided. And then if there is any public infrastructure or private, that they include a plan set. So that within 2 days, we just make sure they've included something, that has the basic information. If they provided everything, then we move on to a technical review. If they don't, we give them notice, hey, you're missing X, Y, and Z, provide it. When we get into the technical review, we actually start looking at the hydrology and hydraulic parameters that they're using and making sure that they're in line with the City of Cibolo's drainage criteria. Again, we look at the FEMA criteria. And then we make sure that all the information is clear and reviewable, and we look for errors and inaccuracies. You'd be surprised how often we get reports that have all the pertinent information, but it's in a format that is just totally unreadable. And so we'll actually make them clean it up, and we'll have them put it in specific sections and order so that, you know, we're fairly consistent. And then once we've done our technical review, we'll provide a comment letter. Most projects go through at least one round of comments. Many projects will go through, you know, 2 or 3 rounds. Typically, if we get into a second round of comments, then we're scheduling a conference call with the engineer of record to talk through the comments and explain exactly what it is that we're looking for. So we don't go into, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9 revisions. We try to keep it, you know, to 3 or 4 at max. And if they can't get it by that point, then we're having different conversations with their supervisor. So on the site drainage, this is a random site that I pulled up because it contained a lot of the things that we look at. You know, it's got Dean Road right there with the culvert crossing. It's got the floodplain. It's got some adjacent properties to the north. So with the on-site drainage, we do a thorough analysis of the site and the surrounding drainage to truly understand what's going on. The topography is something that we always look at. In this case, you can see the contours. The north part of this site is draining south directly into the floodplain. The south side of this property is actually draining more to the east. And we look at those existing drainage patterns, and we're making sure that in proposed conditions, they're honoring those existing drainage patterns. They can't, you know, fill this site and start pushing water to the north because this is an inconvenient crossing or something like that. We make sure that they do honor those existing drainage patterns. We look at the soil characteristics to make sure that when they're doing the hydrology, they're using the appropriate values. There's 2 different ways that you can do, well, actually 3 different ways you can do the hydrology. On a small site, we'll use the rational method. The rational method is very simple. Q equals CIA. That's flow rate equals a runoff coefficient times rainfall intensity times acreage. That's the simplest method and is mostly used on small sites, on your commercial sites. There's also the NRCS method, which is a unit hydrograph method, and if I start getting too nerdy, just tell me to stop. I can talk about drainage all night. The NRCS method, though, it's a unit hydrograph method. There's actually timing to the hydrograph, so you can, in the model, you can see the flow increase as a storm progresses, and then you get the peak of the storm, and then you can actually see the rainfall drop off after the storm leaves. The NRCS method uses soil curve numbers, which are kind of similar to the rational method, but different. It's based on soil type and impervious cover. The soil, there's A, B, C, and D soil types. D is your clay soil. That's everything out here. So when we look at a model and they've got values that associate with a B or a C, then we start questioning it really hard. Everything out here is a type D. So if we don't, 77 is the value on a type D. If we don't see 77, then we're really looking at the model very closely to figure out what were they doing and does it make sense. Oftentimes it doesn't. And then there are impervious cover calculations. That's the land use. We'll look at what they're proposing and we'll check their impervious cover, make sure that it's appropriate so that all of the parameters going into the hydrology model are correct. So we have a very good understanding of what was pre-project and what is post-project, and without detention, what would be the increase in flow. And then I mentioned earlier, we go through existing drainage patterns, runoff entering the site and leaving the site, and then we evaluate upstream and downstream impacts. Impervious cover does not cause upstream impacts. It can't. What can cause upstream impacts is the placement of fill. And so when we're looking upstream, we're looking if they're filling the property, if they're adding retaining walls, are they obstructing flow on somebody else's property? We do not allow that. For the downstream impacts, we're looking at how much is flow increasing due to impervious cover? Are they removing storage from the floodplain? And what does that do to the flow downstream? Those are the kind of things that we look at on site. And then we look at the location of potential water sources, and again, the floodplain, and we make sure that they are providing the appropriate drainage easements. Again, like on this property right here, they do have property to the north of them that is going to drain through their property. And so we will look at this northern boundary and how are they accepting that water. You have a legal obligation in Texas to accept the water that naturally drains onto your property. And so we will make sure that they are accepting that water and they're not going to divert it or impound it on the adjacent property. And actually, the southern boundary down here has even more water coming to it. And so oftentimes they'll put interceptor channels or something like that to collect the flow and then route it through their property. And we make sure all of that is sized appropriately. I spoke about detention a little bit earlier. The allowable discharge for detention is 80% of pre-development flows. The allowable calculation methods are the modified rational method, which is a variation on the Q equals CIA, and then the unit hydrograph method. Most of the time when we're dealing with detention ponds, we are looking at the unit hydrograph method. The modified rational method is very limited in its use. It's good for like a single pad commercial site, but when you start getting much larger than that, then you really need to start looking at a unit hydrograph method. And we will tell a lot of engineers want to use modified rational because it's very easy, it's very fast. We will tell them that no, we don't think that's appropriate. You need to use a unit hydrograph method. And then with the detention ponds, we do make sure that they are mitigating for the smaller storm events. Most of the time when we get complaints regarding detention basins, you know, it's, hey, we just got 3 inches of rain and this pond didn't hold any water. And that's not just in Cibolo, that's everywhere that I work. Detention ponds are designed to attenuate flow. You may have 20 CFS flowing into the pond, but it'll collect that water and then it releases it at a slower rate. They do not hold water for a long period of time. Many of these ponds will be completely drained within 20 or 30 minutes of a storm ending, because they're just to attenuate that peak. That peak only occurs for maybe 5 to 20 minutes, depending on the duration of the storm. And so it'll attenuate that. It lowers the peak discharge, and then it drains out. And so on the smaller storms is where we normally receive the complaints. We do make sure that they are designing it appropriately. For all storms, we make sure they're designing it appropriately, but we pay particular attention to the smaller storms because that is where we get most of the complaints on detention ponds. And then, of course, also the larger storms because those are the ones that cause the most flooding. And we also look to make sure they do have emergency or auxiliary overflow. So that if the outfall structure on that pond were to clog for some reason, that there is an overflow path where water can leave the pond without flooding somebody. On the regional drainage, again, I spoke a little bit about the upstream impacts. That's backwater that is caused by typically the placement of fill. And then the downstream impacts, we look at, again, increased flow, increased velocity, and erosion, and make sure that what they're proposing is not going to cause any of those conditions. One thing I do want to mention is detention is not always the best solution. And so when you're doing a detention pond, it lowers the peak discharge. So if you've had 100 CFS existing conditions. Your proposed condition is 150 CFS. You're only allowed to discharge at 80 CFS. What'll happen is that pond will discharge at 80 CFS, but instead of that peak being, 5 or 10 minutes, it's going to be maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes at 80 CFS. And so when you look at the timing of a floodplain and the timing of a site, sometimes it's actually better to let that site free flow, and water will get off of that site and gone before the floodplain can actually peak. Generally, we use the 10% rule when we start looking at that. The 10% rule is the zone of influence. When a site, or when the watershed draining to a site, I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. When a site only represents 10% of the total watershed draining to it, then that site is not large enough to have a meaningful impact to the floodplain, generally. And so this site's a good representation of that because the floodplain runs directly through the middle of the site. This floodplain is probably got a drainage area of 1 square mile or 640 acres. This site is maybe 25 acres. And so the site would only represent 5% of the total watershed. And so this would be a candidate where detention might not make sense. And so what we'll do in those situations, again, I said it's a general rule. We will make them do the analysis to prove it. If they're proposing detention, we will actually make them analyze that pond and make sure that it's not going to make things worse. We'll also ask them to run it without detention and see what that does. Sometimes detention is not the solution. What we're looking to do is mitigate impacts, and sometimes allowing a site to free flow is the best way to mitigate that. Floodplains are technically known as the special flood hazard area. Those are areas subject to flooding during a 1% annual exceedance probability storm event. Those are a lot of words, so we call it the 100-year floodplain because in 100 years, you have a 1% chance every year. So at 100 years, you have a 100% chance that that's going to happen. That's not really how the math works, but it's close enough for explanation purposes. Most flooding actually occurs outside of the FEMA floodplain. It's mostly localized flooding. Back in 98, 2002, 2004, 2007, those were some of the major storm events. When I was working for the city of San Antonio, most of the flooding that we saw of structures, of homes, of roadways was actually outside of the FEMA floodplain. Being flash flood alley, we get storm intensities that are so high. I mean, when you get 6 inches of rain in 45 minutes, that doesn't count as a 100-year storm because it wasn't 12.5 inches or 12 inches. But it causes severe flooding on local streets and within neighborhoods. So I say all of that to say, just because you're not in a floodplain, or just because you're outside of a floodplain doesn't mean you're safe from flooding. I encourage everybody to get flood insurance. If you're not in a FEMA floodplain, flood insurance is actually very inexpensive. So that's just my plug for insurance. The floodway is kind of an antiquated concept with modern computers and models, but it is still something that FEMA has on their maps in many communities. Everything you see in blue, the floodway is the red crosshatched area. The theory behind a floodway is everything outside of that crosshatched area, you could fill it, and the maximum impact to the floodplain would be a 1-foot rise. By bare minimum National Flood Insurance Program standards, you can fill everything in blue outside of that floodway. We don't allow that. The NFIP may allow that, but we don't allow that. We do target 0 rise on everything that we do. I say we target, we require 0 rise, which means a 0.00 foot increase to the floodplain. And so here we have Steel Creek. They did a Clomar on this tributary, which is floodplain. And they're going to put a bridge at this location. When they did their analysis, they had to show that their bridge would cause a 0.00 foot rise throughout the floodplain. And a bridge is one of those cases where backwater is the primary concern. A bridge is not going to increase flow downstream, but it will cause a backwater if it's not designed appropriately. Down here, they did another Clomar for this, where they are reclaiming some of this floodplain through the placement of fill. They did a Clomar on this as well to verify that what they're proposing will not cause an increase to the base flood elevation. And I just mentioned the Clomar. A Clomar is a conditional letter of map revision. It's kind of a pre-construction approval from FEMA. It's not a permit per se. It's basically a submission to FEMA that says, if we did this, these are the anticipated impacts. Would you approve it? We do make everyone go through the Clomar process if they are working in the floodplain. And through that process, we do our detailed technical review. When everything looks good and they're meeting all aspects of our code, I will sign their Clomar application as a floodplain administrator for Cibolo, and then we give it back to them, and then they will submit it to FEMA, and they have to go through the FEMA review process, which can be anywhere from 6 months to 12 months. And so we do have a lot of developers that try to fight us on the Clomar requirement because the NFIP doesn't necessarily require it, but in Cibolo we do require it. Once they've gotten their Clomar approved by FEMA, then we will issue a floodplain development permit to allow them to actually begin the work. And then upon completion of the work, they have to do a letter of map revision. This is a post-construction approval from FEMA that actually changes the flood maps. And so upon completion of a LOMAR, they'll actually get a letter from FEMA. We'll get a copy of that letter. And it doesn't replace the entire map panel. It just replaces the section that they modified. And so typically it'll be an 8.5 by 11, maybe an 11 by 17, showing just the limits, which then we have to overlay on top of the full-size panels. With the LOMAR, it's very, very common during construction that things will change. Contractor may have put not quite enough fill, maybe too much fill, maybe the wing walls on that bridge, shifted, 6 inches. They're very minor changes, but we do make them go through all new models based on as-built topography to verify that what was actually constructed is compliant with the Clomar that was approved. In Cibolo, we've had very good luck with that. I haven't really seen any LOMARs come back that were substantially different from the original Clomar. In other municipalities, I have seen them where contractor missed the fill by a foot, and we've had to make them go back out and place more fill to achieve the desired result. This is another representation of the floodplain and the floodway, and the gray boxes on the side represent the fill that could be placed up to that floodway line. But again, while that is an NFIP minimum, we hold a higher standard, so we do not allow that without studies. For finished floor elevations, Ordinance 1352 is the ordinance that adopted Atlas 14. Within that ordinance, it gives applicants two choices. They can either set their finished floor 2 feet above the 500-year floodplain, which I don't talk about the 500-year because we don't regulate it. Nobody does. The previous 500-year was about 12 inches. And so when we did Atlas 14 went up to 12.25. So the 500 year is a decent approximation. Or their other option is to go 2 feet above the Atlas 1400-year floodplain. For several years, that meant they had to do a brand new flood study, which especially for the single residential lot, husband and wife trying to build their dream home, most of them went with the 500-year storm because the cost to do an Atlas 14 flood study is easily 5 figures. With the studies, the hydraulic studies that San Antonio River Authority did, the best available models that I mentioned earlier, we are using those in lieu of the 500-year in most cases now. And again, anytime somebody's working in the floodplain, we do require that no rise certification. Lot elevations, I talked about finished floor, but the lot itself has to be 6 inches above the 100-year water surface elevation. And I do want to point out that the BAM models, even though rainfall intensity or rainfall totals went up, that doesn't necessarily mean the floodplain increased. One of the things we found with the Atlas 14 is they give trying to think of the right word, not the technical word, rainfall frequency throughout the day, or rainfall distribution throughout a 24-hour period. And so with a storm, it may start off at 0.01 inches per hour. It slowly gets up to 1 inch per hour. It may peak at 6 inches per hour, but that peak, it's in 5-minute blocks. And so that peak intensity is only going to last for 5 minutes, and then it starts dropping off again. When we did that with Atlas 14, what we found is that historical storms in Texas have a wider distribution than what we had originally assumed under the old models. The old models had a very sharp increase in intensity and then a very sharp drop off. And what we found with Atlas 14 is actually a smoother rise. And so it spreads out that storm. And so even though it's more rainfall than what we previously used, the peak intensity is lower, which actually has caused many floodplains to decrease. And I'll give an example of that right here. So this is FM 78 all the way up to FM 1103. This is Town Creek with Steel Creek subdivision to the east. This is what the FEMA maps look like. And this is what Atlas 14 or the BAM models look like. You can especially see it right here along the railroad. There's a fairly significant reduction in the floodplain. And that's due to the new rainfall data and the rainfall distribution. I've already talked about this, so I'll skip ahead. Some of these models that San Antonio River Authority prepared, they are considered limited detailed models, which means they're good for looking at the map and saying this is approximately what the floodplain looks like. They are not good enough for submission purposes. And so in those cases, we will provide these models to the engineer and tell them this is a limited detailed, and actually with all the models, we said this was provided by Sarah. It may be limited detailed. You need to review it. You need to update it and make any corrections that you feel are necessary. And then we'll review it. And if we don't agree with the correction or we think they missed something, then we'll tell them what they need to do. And I have this note in here. I'm actually going to tell you that's not right. We thought that when Sarah prepared these models, somebody would take charge. I actually thought Sarah was going to take charge and actually process these through FEMA to make these the official effective maps. Sarah cannot do that because Guadalupe County is outside of their jurisdiction. And so either the city of Cibolo or preferably Guadalupe County would need to take these models and submit them to FEMA to get them to become the effective models. Bexar County is currently going through that effort with the San Antonio River Authority. It is a quite expensive proposition, which I think is why no one has taken charge on that. But again, we are using these to regulate the floodplain. And because we have effective models and BAM models, we are using the worst case scenario. If the effect, like in the case of Steel Creek, we did not use the BAM models. We used the effective models because they represented a wider floodplain. There are some cases where BAM is wider than the effective, so we'll use whichever one is the worst case to provide the most conservative approach for the city. And then if y'all are interested in looking at the BAM models, I provided the link in the presentation, so you can click on that and poke around. This gets really nerdy. I can go into it if you want me to, or I can skip it ahead so y'all can go watch the Spurs. Y'all tell me. I did discuss the SES method. That is one unit hydrograph method. With BAM, the San Antonio River Authority determined that Green and Amped and Snyder were better methods. I'm not going to say they're better methods. They're more comprehensive. Green and Amped is a very academic approach, where the SES method, or previously I called it NRCS, the names are interchangeable. With the Green and Amped method, there's probably 12 different variables. SES method, there's 4. The reason Sarah used the Green and Amped method is it provides them greater flexibility in calibrating the hydrology models to actual storm events. And so the engineers that prepared these BAM models, you know, they prepare them based on Sarah's guidelines, and then they run them, and they'll compare them to the 98 storm, the 2002 storm. I think there was a storm in 2014. And they'll compare the results against gauge data from those storms, and then they'll tweak those variables so they get the same, or roughly the same values. When someone is working in a floodplain, though, we do require them to use Green and Amped. If they're not in the floodplain, we do allow the SES method. Green and Amped is very complex, and in most cases, if you're not in the floodplain, it's not worth the additional effort. And that is my presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, I have question on TIA. So, as someone is new in city government, so I just wanted to know if you can explain what triggers the TIA, part 1, and part 2 will be in what circumstances the PNZ can request additional TIA beyond the minimum requirements.
75 peak hour?
What triggers the TIA? Was that the question?
Or like, what are the thresholds for TIA that we will need to perform TIA? And the second part is there any circumstances in that PNZ can request additional TIA beyond the minimum requirements?
Yeah, that's covered in 2 parts of some of the city's documents, and there is a slight disagreement, but we normally go, similar to with drainage, we normally go with the stricter criteria. So the stricter criteria is 76 peak hour trips, and
Can you
there
move
is
closer
some
to the
language
microphone?
in-
Can you move closer to the microphone so
Oh.
people at home can hear?
There we go. Is that better? So the criteria that we go with, the stricter criteria in the city's UDC is 76 peak hour trips. And the city does have language in the documents to allow or to ask for TIA even for smaller developments if there's concerns about that. Is that
So generally, with development in Cibolo, we require them to do a pre-development meeting where they'll submit a concept plan of what they're proposing. And when we do the pre-development meeting, we'll look at it, and if there's a chance they might get to that 76, then we will require them to do a separate TIA scoping meeting. And in that scoping meeting, we really dive into what is it that they're proposing. Do they know? Sometimes they're proposing pad sites. They know it's going to be commercial, but they're not quite sure what businesses are coming because they haven't sold anything yet. But they will have an idea that they're looking for a quick service restaurant or a bank or a gas station. You know, they have target markets. And so based on that, we'll have them do a TIA scoping meeting. In that TIA scoping meeting, we dive into the details of what they think they're going to have. And then we will look at the surrounding area. We'll look at the, intersections, if there's schools, anything that it can affect traffic within the vicinity around there. And really the vicinity depends on how many peak hour trips are they going to produce. If they're doing 75, then we go half a mile.
Yeah, we'll look at the range. I mean, the key part is seeing how it's going to affect the surrounding area. And so that's really what the guiding factor is. Like I said, the code has a specific number in there, but there is room to ask for it, even if it's a little smaller, because we know that the area is unique, and so we need to make sure that is taken into account. And so we do, like Chris saying, we do look out a certain distance. If it's a smaller development, we might look out about half a mile around the development. Larger things, we'll look at a mile farther out. But the key is just seeing what is the situation, where it's at, and how this might impact, and that really drives whether that gets required and exactly what we require in that TIA. Anything else to add on to?
Yeah, well, and you'll be back here next month then for an actual TIA training, kind of like we're doing right now with drainage erosion, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we'll have time, and we'll have that packet information a week before, so I think that would be the perfect time to really get together all of our TIA questions, so that we fully understand that. Yeah, I think that'd be good. So I know we were supposed to do both tonight, but we kind of breaking it up a little bit, so okay. Is that so we can get home and watch the Spurs? No. So, anyways, okay, that makes sense, yeah.
One question.
Yeah, on drainage and
on the
erosion,
drainage,
yes, okay.
So I got a question on drainage. We are talking about upstream and downstream. What are the reference point? Are you talking about beyond the neighborhood or beyond the city limit? When you're talking upstream and downstream drainage.
We're looking upstream and downstream of their property boundaries.
All property boundaries.
Yeah, so whatever their property line is, we're going to look upstream of that and downstream of that. And how far we look upstream and downstream really depends on the project. Upstream, if they're not causing an increase in water surface elevation immediately upstream, then we're probably not going to look in too much further, because if there's no rise right at the line, then there's not going to be a rise further up. And the same thing on downstream. Now, downstream, we typically do go further. We'll typically look at least 2,000 feet downstream. And again, we're looking at, they shouldn't have an increase because detention is generally required. But we do look at the timing. I mentioned that detention attenuates that hydrograph, and so it can cause a downstream impact. And so we do look at that, whether they're doing detention or not. And 2,000 feet is kind of a rule of thumb. Sometimes we'll go further if we see there's a confluence coming in or major drainage, but always at least 2,000 feet.
Okay. Ms. Dodd, any questions?
I'm not a Spurs fan. I could stay here all night.
I don't watch pro basketball, so I could too.
No, seriously though. So when y'all start talking about the drainage, and you said y'all look at what's around the area, so y'all looked at places like the high school when you were talking about schools and communities and how flood handles in that area?
Right. So when they do their analysis, we require them to look at everything that's upstream of them and downstream, to that 2,000 foot point at least. And so when they do their analysis, they have to take into consideration any existing development, any known development, and then Cibolo doesn't have a requirement to look at the ultimate development of the watershed. The ultimate development of the watershed assumes everything upstream of you is built out based on its current zoning. That is something San Antonio and Bexar County do. We do on occasion ask for that and see if the engineers will provide it. But per the code, I can't require it. There's a lot of times where I'll ask for something that's above and beyond what's in the code and just see if they'll actually give it to me. A lot of times they will, but sometimes they'll argue with me and, the code doesn't allow you to ask for that. And unfortunately, legally, yeah, I can't. But I will ask quite frequently for more than I should.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Garcia?
I do have a couple of questions. What year did you say the most current weather data was? From what year?
I'm sorry, the most current what?
Weather data that you're looking at whenever you do the drainage impact? Aren't you looking at weather data that's provided by FEMA?
We're looking at Atlas 14.
And what year was that done?
Atlas 14 came out in 2018, 2019.
How often is it updated?
That was the first update since 1960,
Wow.
1959.
Is there there's nothing that is set where it has to be updated like every so many years?
No,
or-
so the rainfall data actually comes from NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. So back in, it was either 1959 or 1960, they did a study to determine rainfall intensities across Texas. At that time, they were using, I want to say it was 70 years worth of historic data to do a statistical analysis. And they came up with a 100-year storm based on 70 years worth of data. So they had to extrapolate to get to a 100-year storm to a 500-year storm. Back in the early 90s, there was a minor update where they actually took topography into play. There was no new rainfall data, but they took into account the topography of Texas. And in this region, it went from 9.91 inches to 10 inches. It was a very minor change, didn't really affect flood maps very much at all. Then in 2016, 17, all the way up to Hurricane Harvey, they now had, I believe it was 110 years worth of data that they performed the statistical analysis on to come up with the Atlas 14 rainfall. The chances of that being upgraded again in my career is very minor. It's not something they do.
Okay. I do have a couple of more questions. And I do want to, first of all, thank you for coming in and talking to us because we've had a lot of questions that weren't able to be answered. So we really do appreciate you. So whenever you're doing the drainage study, there are things that I know that you said you put in all these numbers and you look at everything, but there are things that will affect that, right? And one of the things is site conditions, correct? There can be some unforeseen site conditions that you don't see that could play a factor into that. And one of them could be construction. So let's just look at Still Creek, okay? So when you did your drainage study, and I don't remember if that storage facility went in after Still Creek. Okay, so you do your drainage study and then everything looks good and great, but we're getting complaints from Still Creek residents. And so that construction of the storage facility could be a site condition, correct? Because there's changes over time and then there's surrounding construction. Do you ever go back in? Let's say that something else is built on that entrance. Do you ever go back in? Because Still Creek isn't finished. And do another drainage study to see if that has impacted what is going to happen to Still Creek by adding the additional houses?
So what we would do in that case is the upstream property, when they submit their application, they have to show that they would not adversely impact Still Creek. Steel Creek was the first one to go in. They're downstream. If there's a major change upstream, then we might request that they update their analysis. That's one of those things. The code doesn't really allow me to do it, but I'll ask for it and see what happens. But the upstream property has the liability, the responsibility to make sure that whatever they're doing doesn't cause impacts downstream. And to be clear, we don't prepare any of these studies. The engineers of record prepare them and we review them.
And there's nothing you do, so let's take a subdivision and they come out here 2020 and they're not going to be done till 2030. There's nothing that you can do in between time to make sure that that drainage study is still the way it is. And I know you said a lot of things you can't do because it's not in the code. So, but is there anything in place that you would look at to see, let's say they anticipated it would be 5 years, but now it's going to be 8 years. Is there anything that can be done because it's not going to be done in the 5-year time frame that would look at the drainage to see if anything has changed?
So in the case of a multi-phase subdivision like Steel Creek, they, at the very onset, they will do a master stormwater management plan that covers the basic concept of how they're going to develop it and how they're going to handle their drainage. In the case of Steel Creek, they had a couple of detention ponds. They had a couple of areas that are free flowing. You know, it was a combination of methods to achieve no adverse impact downstream. When they come in with the individual units, each individual unit will have, sometimes they'll do a separate stormwater management plan. A lot of times they just put the calculations within their plan set. And so we will look at their plan set for that unit and make sure that the infrastructure is sized appropriately for that unit and any water that's coming onto it. We also make sure that in their construction documents, they're not causing a point discharge that's going to affect someone downstream. But for existing units that are on the ground, there's nothing we can do to go back other than as development occurs upstream of them, we make sure that development does their stormwater management plan and they're not going to cause an adverse impact. One of the things we do find especially during construction is a raw site that doesn't have any soil near. They scrape the soil. Water runs off of bare soil faster than it does off of grass. The city of San Antonio, several years ago, they changed their code. So there's an interim condition that you have to analyze, which is the bare soil condition to make sure you're not causing an adverse impact. Unfortunately, in the Cibolo code, there's nothing like that. It's one of those things I can ask for, but I can't require it.
Is there any way we can add that somehow?
We're doing the UDC amendments right now. It's something we can definitely talk to them about.
Okay, and I do have one more question because I am a Spurs fan and I do want to get out of here, but this is very important to me. So you brought up something that kind of had me wondering, when we're looking at somebody wanting to, build houses in a new area, we always take a look at the floodplains, right? So we want to make sure that these houses are not near the floodplains, but you said that most of the flooding that you see occurs outside of the floodplains. So is that something, because we ask that question a lot and we get told, oh, it's right outside of the floodplains. So by allowing building to occur right outside of the floodplains, are we creating that problem? Because that's what you said.
So when I say most of the flooding occurs outside of the floodplain, I mean, that is the case, but that is typically in the older areas where, sorry, drainage in the San Antonio region didn't really become a concern that anybody paid a lot of attention to until 1997, if you can believe that. Prior to 1997, drainage was considered, but there weren't any real strong standards. It was just you handled your drainage and you moved on with life. In 97, San Antonio and Bexar County adopted very strict regulations that say you have to design, to a 5-year, 2,500-year storm, depending on the type of infrastructure and the size of the watershed. And I could speak all night about that. But the result of not having regulations is in older areas, you do have flooding concerns. In San Antonio, I did a project, this is about 10 years ago. There was no underground drainage. The street was built in the middle of the creek. In order to fix it, we had to put in a 10-foot by 10-foot box culvert. There was that much water flowing down the street. It wasn't floodplain. But that's the kind of stuff we see in your downtown area. You probably have more flooding because there's no underground drainage through downtown.
Okay.
In the older neighborhoods, you're going to see more flooding because they just don't have that infrastructure. In newer subdivisions, we should not have flooding because everything has been designed to current regulations. Now, there's always that chance we get the godlike storm event greater than 100 years, and when that happens, all bets are off. The 100-year storm is the national standard. You know, through statistical analysis, they determine the cost of damage incurred during a 1 year. The cost required to protect to a 100-year storm was proportionate to the amount of damage savings you would have. Once you get beyond that 100-year storm, the cost to actually provide that level of protection is astronomical compared to the benefit that you would receive, if that makes sense. I don't feel like I said that very well, and I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you again. We appreciate you.
Okay, Ms. Fishback?
Just to follow up on what Ms. Garcia said, so what if sometimes the information that goes into these models is incorrect and you don't really discover that until after you have a development that's going in, it's already been phased out, you've already got 2 or 3 or 4 sections of it in? Is there anything that we can do to require them to update those models, those studies? Because obviously something is failing, something didn't go right, we're having the flooding issue. And then my other question to that is there a shelf life for a drainage study? A TIA has a 5-year limit, right, expiration, but does a drainage study have one? Because if something does extend beyond the time frame that they want, that they have told us that they're going to build and build out and finish, if they go beyond that, they can continue to use just an old drainage study? I know
So-
that was 2 things, sorry.
I'm going to try and get that in order. So if something is failing, that's a completely separate issue. We're going to make them fix something that's failing. If development conditions change or if we find something that, you know, was a bad assumption and we recognize that later, we are going to ask them to fix that. You know, a good example is when Atlas 14 came out. You know, these ponds were designed for 10 inches of rain in 24 hours. Well, now it's 12 inches of rain. Pond's already been approved. You know, there's not a whole lot we can do, but as they move forward with additional units, we did make them go back and validate those ponds and confirm that they still worked with 12 inches of rain. And when I say they worked, I mean, again, legally speaking, we were kind of limited in what we could do. What we looked for was, did it fail? Was that 12 inches of rain going to cause the pond to fail, either by causing a backwater condition that flooded someone, an overflow condition that's going to flood someone, things of that nature. If flow went up a little bit, then that was acceptable because regulations changed and we are limited in what we can do on existing infrastructure. Drainage studies generally don't have a shelf life. By the UDC, they do not have a shelf life. If there is a significant change in the watershed, then we will make them update the study. That's part of the reason I ask for an ultimate conditions analysis, because the ultimate conditions assumes everything's going to develop and then there shouldn't be any kind of change. One of the reasons that Cibolo has a 2-foot, the finished floor has to be 2 feet above the 100-year floodplain, is to account for some of those changes. The cost to do an ultimate study is fairly significant. I would love to see Cibolo require the ultimate study. I do think it's appropriate. If we did that, I think we could lower our finished floor elevations, you know, by 6 inches or even a foot. San Antonio only requires 1 foot above the regulatory. The regulatory is defined as the ultimate, or they call it future.
TIA regulation is still the same in 5 years, but the data that ITE provides is updated, so therefore that's why we expire.
Yeah, so Rick brought up the fact that TIAs have an expiration date because the ITE manuals that are used to determine the peak hourly trips, those are updated on a regular basis. It's every 2 years?
Yeah, it depends. They go out to different parts of the
It varies, but generally every 2 to 3 years, they actually update the ITE manual. And so you get new data. Also, the traffic is largely dependent on what's being developed. Cibolo is growing very rapidly, and so traffic patterns change very rapidly. I think that's why the 5-year expiration was put in place. Drainage doesn't change like that. There is additional impervious cover, that creates additional flow, but generally drainage patterns don't change because we make developers honor the pre-project drainage patterns. We make them do detention. We make them show no adverse impact. And so do drainage patterns change? Yes, but not enough to be meaningful in most cases. The other thing is with drainage is considered a life safety issue, and so generally you cannot be vested to changes in drainage regulation. And so if we do change the regulations with a new UDC, then I have the teeth to require those updates.
So leads me to my third question. Can we get a list of those items that you request that are not required in the UDC so that we can at least add them there, that at some point we may ask for these documents so that they can't say, well, they're not in the UDC, you can't have them. I mean, could we add something like that? Because you mentioned that sometimes you go back and you ask for documents that are not required in the UDC, and sometimes they give them to you, sometimes they don't. Can we get a list of what we may require, right? Depending on certain circumstances, you may need to produce these. Could we do something like that just to ensure that there's some safeguards, something that would trigger additional work on the developer's part if in fact something fails?
Yeah, I can put together a list, and I'm working with the planning team on the UDC amendments to get some of that incorporated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions, and thanks again for coming. Good briefing, appreciate that. You only require drainage studies on properties that are in the floodway or the floodplain. Is that true or not true?
No, we require a stormwater management plan on every project.
On every project, commercial,
residential,
multifamily?
Now, a single-family home, again, husband and wife trying to build their dream home, we are going to ask for a stormwater management plan. We're going to be a little bit more lenient on them because some of these reports can cost, $25,000 to prepare, or all the way up to $100,000 or more. So we do take into account if it's a developer, we're going to hold them to every regulation. We're going to make them submit every piece of paper. They got to do everything. But if it's a single individual trying to build that one-off house, then we might be a little bit more lenient, and y'all might not want to hear that. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm always honest. We're not going to make them do a full-blown flood study because realistically, if you're building a 4,000 square foot house, you're not going to cause an adverse impact if that's the only thing that you're building with a driveway and maybe a garage. I've got enough experience doing this. I know it's not going to cause an adverse impact. Now, if you're putting it, to the corner of the property and all of your roof is slanting one way, then maybe you will cause an adverse impact to your neighbor. I am going to make you provide analysis on that. I really treat that on a case-by-case basis based on engineering judgment.
Okay, and so, it is true, right, that impervious cover is going to increase the water problem, water flow in the city. As we develop and as we get more commercial and residential, right? Is that true or not true?
If not properly, increased impervious cover causes an increase in runoff from the site. We require mitigation measures to make sure that increase does not adversely impact the floodplains or adjacent properties and roadways. And so some of the ways that we can mitigate that increase is through detention. Sometimes over-excavating the floodplain can provide floodplain storage. It's not a detention pond, but it functions the same way. Or again, I mentioned sometimes free-flowing the site is the best option. And we do require the numerical models on all of that to verify that what they're doing is the most appropriate for their site conditions, for the surrounding area. Drainage is very unique. Every site is
Right.
different.
But what I'm getting at is that as we develop, we're going to have more and more water that's flowing. And so it's not static, it's dynamic. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And what I'm speaking to is the need to update our UDC to reflect some of these realities that we've been talking about.
And that's where I think if we go with the ultimate development of the watershed,
Okay.
that forces the developers to take that into account so that, you don't build a house that's not subject to flooding today, but 20 years
Right,
from now,
that's
it
what
is
I'm getting
subject to
at.
flooding.
And so my other question is, does the city have a CIP for drainage? Do you have a CIP plan for drainage projects that you keep from 1 to X or anything like that?
We have one-off drainage projects in the CIP. We do not have a drainage master plan.
Okay.
A drainage master plan is something that I've been recommending for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
With a drainage master plan, we would look at the city holistically and,
Right.
and study everything and identify projects in existing flood-prone areas, low water crossings. We'd identify the projects, develop opinion of probable construction cost, and then rank those projects.
Yeah.
Having a drainage master plan in place also opens you up to some funding opportunities through the Texas Water Development Board and other agencies.
And to me, it only makes sense that we would
We
do
have a
that.
we have a 5-year CIP. We don't categorize it by roads,
Okay.
drainage, et cetera.
So there are drainage projects in that.
They compete with all the other projects.
compete with
and
everything
depending
else.
what council selects to put
Okay.
in the 5-year plan.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is if there's an area that we know is a problem and, we're waiting on a drainage study that's never going to happen, we could still address it.
We can add it to the CIP. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Hi, thanks again for coming. So you said that most flooding happens out of the floodplain. Can you expand on that?
It's primarily due to old infrastructure that was put in the ground before drainage regulations came into place in the late 90s. The floodplains are typically going to cause flooding during a long duration, low intensity storm event. When we get several days of raining, it saturates the ground and then it concludes in that, big heavy storm. That is what causes floodplains to flood. Most floodplains, it's going to have to be constant rain for, 12, 13, 14 hours before you get significant flooding in a floodplain. On localized streets and drainage channels within neighborhoods and curb inlets, those are very small watersheds that are very reactive to short, high-intensity storm events. I did a project in San Antonio several years ago. We designed it for a 25-year storm event because it was less than 100 acres of watershed. For that particular watershed, the 25-year storm was 6 inches of rain in 45 minutes. Mm-hmm. That's an extremely heavy storm. For some of your curb inlets and stuff like that, it may be 5 minutes or 5 inches in 20 minutes. It depends on the size of the watershed and the timing of that watershed. Again, every site is different. It's very unique. But with Texas and the microcells that we get, the very high intensity storms, that's what causes the flooding outside of the floodplain. That combined with the old infrastructure that was never designed for a 5-year storm, much less a 100-year storm.
Okay. The train trestle bridge, that's over here, it will affect water to back up. What impact will that have?
So I've actually got that pulled up on the screen. And you can see that it does cause a backup. And let me go back to the effective map. because this one's even worse. So this is the effective floodplain. And so this large area of flooding over here, that is 100% caused by the drain trestle. This model, the effective model, is based on, I believe it's 15,000 cubic feet per second coming down Town Creek. And then that trestle is not large enough, and so it causes this backwater to occur. The good news is, like I mentioned with the Atlas 14, it's more total rain, but it's spread over a longer period. This flow rate actually drops down to about 12,000 CFS using the Atlas 14 rainfall data. And so it removes a lot of this floodplain just from the nature that we now have better data than we used to have.
But you know that Val's floods often, even with minor rain.
That's probably due to localized flooding, more so than the floodplain.
It's probably due to what?
Localized flooding. The same type of flooding I described earlier with the high intensity, short duration storm events.
You don't consider flooding unless the water doesn't recede after 20 minutes or something, right? Isn't that what we talked about previously in a previous thing? Like what we consider flooding, you know, we're driving down Main and you see that corner house right there on 1103 and it's got, you know, water all the way
Right.
almost up to the thing. But you're saying, I thought I remember in the past with a meeting that if the water goes away in 20 minutes, we don't consider it flooding?
No,
So, Ms. Hubbard, you're talking about when you're saying flooding, the water stays standing for hours, days?
Longer than
Am I
20 minutes.
correct on that, though? Like,
For
isn't that-
Val's.
Flooding actually has a legal definition under the NFIP.
Oh, this was
It's
great.
any water that, I'm trying to not use flooding to define flooding. Any water that traverses more than one property is considered flooding
I think Chris,
under the NFIP.
some of the confusion is that Chris is communicating that more flooding happens outside of the floodplain, like Old Town and like Val's. And I think what he tried to.
You're gonna have to go to the
outline was,
microphone, Mr. Vasquez.
the flooding that's happening in Old Town and Val's is not because of what's taking place in the floodplain, but at the time those areas were developed, Cibolo didn't have subdivision regulations or engineering design standards that required pipes and inlets to move the flood waters out of those areas. So there's nothing underground. You don't see inlets or pipes. The water just stays there until it.
Water that comes from my subdivision.
So,
Unlike the contemporary subdivisions that
Right.
have all the underground stuff you don't see, all the pipes and inlets collectively gathering the water and moving the water.
So, again, flooding from a flood insurance standpoint has a specific definition. It's water traversing more than one property. The street counts as a property, so if water leaves the street and goes onto your property, that's considered flooding from an insurance standpoint. When I speak of flooding, I'm talking about water inundating the land. So at Val's, that would be considered flooding. I think the difference
Like the
is,
flooding that happened at Town Creek East in April is inundated.
anywhere the water touches, coming out of a channel or a stream would be considered a flooded area. I'll come back to 1103 in a second. 'Cause,
Okay.
but at Val's, it sounds like what you're describing is ponding. Ponding, in my definition of ponding, is extended flooding. The water doesn't leave. Ponding is almost always, actually, it is always caused by a lack of localized drainage. Is there's depression, the water doesn't have anywhere to go, it just sits there until it evaporates or infiltrates. With our clay soils, water doesn't infiltrate very well, so we're kind of stuck with evaporation. I believe that's what's going on there, but I can look into that specific situation.
Okay.
Now, at FM 1103, I do know that flooded a couple of times in recent history. The culverts under 1103 were clogged with sediment, so they were not functioning as they were intended to function. Those storm events, while they were large events, those should not have caused 1103 to overtop. It's primarily due to the sediment buildup that had occurred. Those are TxDOT culverts. That is TxDOT's responsibility to maintain. And I know Wayne is working with TxDOT right now to try and get those cleaned out as soon as possible.
Okay. Is that everything?
If most flooding happens outside of the floodplain and we use less intense methods, what does that mean in the real world?
Everybody should get flood insurance. I honestly, I'm as a certified floodplain manager, I'm going to pitch flood insurance because, again, if you're not in the floodplain, it's very inexpensive. The house I grew up in was 2 miles from the nearest floodplain. We flooded 3 times before I graduated high school because of localized drainage. In the case of our house, we actually, the 3rd time, got smart and actually dug a swell through our front yard to direct water across the front of the house and then around to the back. The easy switch is to get flood insurance. Really what needs to happen, though, is very costly, and that's drainage improvements. In the older parts of town where there is there's inadequate infrastructure, the only true fix is to go in there and put adequate infrastructure. Drainage projects, they are not cheap. You know, and this happens throughout all of South Texas. You know, we go through periods of drought. People forget about drainage because we haven't had rain in 6 months. When we do get rain, it's only 1/4 of an inch. Drainage kind of falls off of people's radar. And then last June, last July, this year reminds people that we need to do drainage. And Bexar County, City of San Antonio, they do it all the time. Every drought, they stop spending money on drainage. They focus on roads. Then they get a good flood, and all the money swings back to drainage.
Okay, my last question is, what do we do about unstudied floodway development?
We make the developers do flood studies. So we require drainage analysis on every project. When I say flood study, anything that has a defined channel or defined swell, when you're running a HEC-RAS model on that or a hydraulic model, to me, that's a flood study. And so we do make them run HEC-RAS models, prepare those flood studies on unstudied floodplains, on local channels within the subdivision. We make them analyze everything. As a matter of fact, this floodplain over here on the right-hand side of the screen, this would be a good example. This would be defined as a Zone A floodplain, which is an approximate floodplain. Now, this one actually does have a limited detailed study on it. And so there has been some analysis, but again, when development occurs over there, we make them do a detailed analysis to make sure that we have the right maps.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then my questions, so originally, can you clarify for me, originally you said if something is failing, we make them fix it, right? But then you went back and said that we're legally limited in what we can do. So can you clarify that?
So when I say failure, I'm talking about it's physically falling apart, or there's erosion or something like that going on. If it's an active subdivision, I'm going to go make them fix it. If regulations have changed, like going from, it was TR20 rainfall was the old data, Atlas 14 is the new data. We're going to make them analyze it and make sure that it's not going to flood somebody. But I can't make them go back and redesign the pond for Atlas 14. Unless there is a major failure in that it will flood somebody because of the Atlas 14 increased rainfall. If we notice something, we're going to ask them to fix it, and we're going to push that as far as we can. If the city has already accepted the infrastructure, then I'm kind of limited how far I can push that, and the city may have to fix it. And then sometimes it's owned by the HOA. And unfortunately, it's the HOA's responsibility to maintain the infrastructure that they are responsible for.
Well, but that's a touchy subject there. That is after the developers have already signed off and left. So
Once
that's
they've
what I'm
turned over
saying,
the
like,
HOA,
like
yes.
that's not where you guys are. So basically, we don't want HOAs then, because otherwise you're saying the developers aren't held accountable at all because it's turned over to HOAs. That sounds a little bit not very fair to someone like me who lives in a HOA and a homeowner. So what is that limitation then? Is there like a statute of limitation? So one checkpoint is the second it becomes an HOA, now the developer's off the hook? Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
So with public infrastructure, we go through preliminary acceptance, and then we go through final acceptance. After final acceptance, there is a 12-month warranty period. The developer is responsible for all public infrastructure through that 12-month warranty period. If the infrastructure is being dedicated to the HOA, then once the developer turns over the HOA to the community, then the HOA would be responsible for that. One of the
Whether or
things-
not it's 12 months or not? Is that what I'm-
after the 12 months.
After the 12 months.
After the 12 months. One of the things that we're looking at with the UDC is making sure that when the developers set up these HOAs, that they're set up appropriately with the correct budgets to be able to provide maintenance in the future. Some of these subdivisions have very low HOA fees, which don't allow them to have the funds to perform this maintenance.
Well, yeah, if you're saying a study can be 25,000 to 100 and something plus, I'm not sure how anyone would be able to kind of prepare for that. So, I mean, isn't that the range you kind of gave? Like, if you have to go back and
Well,
now
that-
it's been 12 months and you've handed over to an HOA and they're on the hook and now the city's like, hey, or whatever, you guys need to do all this stuff, that study alone can be 25 to 100 and something $1,000, right?
Generally, at that point, the study's not required because the infrastructure's already been designed.
Okay.
It's a matter of returning the infrastructure to that design state. The biggest thing I see is vegetation, maintaining the vegetation. Sometimes there's some scour or erosion. More often than not, those, I'm not going to say they're inexpensive, but it's not an extraordinary cost to fix that kind of stuff. There was an HOA, it was about two or 3 years ago, that had a channel that was starting to scour. They recognized that it was scouring, and they got with us, and we advised them of what needed to be done, which is basically restore it to the design condition. And then they hired a local contractor to go out and put some dirt and reestablish the vegetation. It wasn't a big deal.
What is that amount, though? When you say is 50,000 a high value amount, would it have to be 200,000? Like when you're saying that it's not really, it's back on the HOA, it's not going to be very much. What does that threshold look like? Like is 50,000 a lot or is that not a lot?
It really depends on the subdivision and the type of drainage infrastructure that they have.
Yeah.
I live out in the county and we maintain ours. We're spending about $20,000 a year just on mowing.
20,000 a year on mowing?
On mowing.
Yeah, so you're talking about my community. I don't think you remember me. That's why I said HOA stuff's kind of a touchy subject.
No, not.
We spent $50,000, $49,800 to restore that channel because the developer left us with this mess afterwards. But our development probably was finished in 2012 or something, so obviously more than the 12 months. We spend $120,000 a year on mowing, so you're getting off pretty easy. So, I understand it's 900 homes versus whatever home package you're looking at.
120, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess interesting. So really, the UDC then, I feel like all of us need to pay attention to that and talk to whoever's on that committee and work with staff now while we have a voice, because we've seen way too much happen. So this has been very helpful and very informational, and it's filling in some of those smaller gaps that we keep having continuous questions on. So I get that. I think I had one more question, really quick. I think it's just mostly for our position where we're at. When we're moving forward with plat maps and designs, and we've got these developers coming in with proposals, and we know this area really well because we're all very vested in our community, in our neighborhood. What 3 points, or maybe 3, what are your top things that you would recommend to us to really pay attention to? Like, when we get these studies, when we're getting the information, what do you say these are things you really need to understand or know or look out for or question? Like, can you give us just...
I would say, adjacent properties, upstream, downstream, what's there, what are the potential impacts if drainage isn't done right, the method of mitigation being used, are we doing detention, are we allowing the site to free flow?
Can I get you to pause really quick? Emma, I don't think I can write as fast as he's going. Are you able to? Or is there some way staff or someone can help us
go
get
ahead,
some of
start
this? Because
over.
I feel like this is really important, and I'm over here
got you.
trying to...
Go.
Okay. All right, keep going.
Yeah, so their method of mitigation, and then, the floodplain. If there's floodplain on the property, making sure that there is no adverse impact and what they're doing is not going to affect somebody else. I mean, ultimately, that's what we're looking at. The bottom line is making sure what they're doing is not going to adversely impact somebody else's property.
Okay. I think that's it for this item. I know that Ms. Garcia, and I think everyone needs to kind of marinate. She had mentioned that maybe she wanted to ask some more questions, but we always try to keep the meeting. So when we come back for the TIA, I noticed your information is here on the packet. Would staff prefer us to gather questions, to ask independently, to bring them to you and you could ask? Or like Ms. Garcia, what would make you feel better? Because I think we are going to have more questions to follow up once we've had time to think about it all.
Just a way for us to be able to get any type of questions answered that we may have after talking with you, whether it be reaching out to staff and then them forwarding them, or we don't want to make you come back in if there's a way for us to do it without.
I will be coming back to the next meeting.
Oh, you will be coming back in?
With Sean, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I guess if you have time to, gather your thoughts in the follow-up, and then we'll see you again. So I guess if you could make time for a little Q&A, that one as well.
Yeah, and if y'all want to email the comments in advance,
Yeah, we can
email them
send
to
you
y'all
our
and y'all
questions in
forward.
advance. That way, that'll help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I may have missed it, but can we get this PowerPoint emailed to us so we can click the
Yeah,
links?
we'll add it to the SharePoint and we'll have it emailed to you.
Thank you.
Yes, everything from here until eternity, add it to that SharePoint library. So,
And I do, when she shares that, I did have that one line about the Atlas 14 being adopted in 2 to 3 years. Just
yeah, I
remember
noticed
was
that.
it.
You're currently being used. Yeah, that was...
Yeah, but the 2 to 3 year part in that is, it will not become effective in 2 to 3 years. That was a misstatement.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And we will move on to item 7B, items of commissioner interest. That is going to be, we'll start off with Ms. Fishback, and I'm going to open that up to you really quick. I'm also going to...
Yeah, thank you. So we went ahead and added this in case any of the commissioners had anything they would like to discuss from anything they went to, a meeting or a training. I just want to say that there were several of us who attended the ACOG Planning and Zoning Workshop last month, and it was really good information, very, I think, well attended to. And we did send the PowerPoint package that was emailed to us. I asked the planning department to send it to everyone so that if you were interested in the information, you would also have it. And yes, we will add it to the library. Thank you.
Was there something yesterday at 5 o'clock or something?
Yes, there
Who
was a
scheduled
joint
stuff at
planning and
5?
zoning city council meeting on the Mosaic development. We had it here, yeah.
The mud with Hakerville.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if we don't have anything else for item 7B, we can move on to item 8A. Receive updates and announcements from staff regarding current and upcoming planning relating projects, applications, and initiatives. Do we have anything?
So the only update that I have from staff is the future land use plan amendment for the priest trees that went to council yesterday. That was denied. And then the Unified Development Code Module 2 is out, and staff is currently reviewing that.
Great, so then we can move on to number 9, items for future agendas. Dr. Masenga, do you have anything?
No for me.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Dodd?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Garcia?
No, I do not.
Dr. Brown?
Yeah, so last night, as you said, the council denied the flume amendment that we had passed as a P&Z. And I would like some type of clarification as to why we passed it, they denied it. And so can staff provide some sort of update? Because I'm confused. When is the flume, I mean, we talked about that as a group, when a flume amendment is appropriate. So I would like to see that on the agenda.
The mayor spoke extensively about that.
I still think we're disconnected.
Oh, microphone. Microphone.
I saw the presentation and everything, but we're disconnected from you all, I think, on that issue, and maybe others, but.
Yes and no. There was a little bit more information, and I haven't caught up on that yet, so I will get to that. The difference between the recommendation to actually change the flume as a whole is not actually the outcome that I think the homeowners or the city is actually trying to achieve. So without watching last night's meeting, and we do usually have a staff update section, and so we'll go over all of the decisions. This was kind of a different meeting, and we didn't really have a lot going on. But normally there will be that section that it does show our decisions, our recommendations, what council's final decision was on. And so that is a good point where you'll be able to ask, usually it's Mr. Spencer, like, can you tell us why? But for as far as last night's decision, would it be best to have, Mr. Brown, would you like to reach out? Because did staff?
Yeah, I would say reach out to staff.
Yeah,
And
so
we'll
I
try
think
to
that
get
might
you
be
a
a better
answers.
one-on-one conversation because there's a lot of meat to that we didn't think about. But overall, am I under the impression, just from previous conversations, that it should have been more of a zoning thing and not actually a flume? So you have your flume as your giant umbrella, and then you have your zoning underneath, and we kind of, not we, I mean, maybe everyone as a whole skipped and went straight to the flume when there were other things that could have been done to achieve what the property owner needed and what the city needed to make it congruent?
Yeah, possibly. So the real confusion with agriculture is that agriculture as a definition is a very wide definition, right? So there is the residential agriculture, you live there, you farm your land, that kind of thing. And then there's, I'm like, what I think of the stark opposite, where I'm like, it belongs in the industrial because it's slaughterhouses, and there's such a huge difference in agriculture from what one use is to another that it's really difficult to put it into one box, and zoning doesn't really put it into one box. And so when we classify uses, it doesn't necessarily translate necessarily to agriculture being residential, agriculture being commercial or industrial. So trying to kind of narrow that down and fix some of those things, I would say, in the UDC, and define some of those limitations would be something that staff's going to be looking at.
And that will be with some of the UDC, and you said like the uses table and some of that, yeah. So we have a lot. The last couple years, they've done so many different revamps, and there's still so much more to come. So, yeah, definitely. Okay. Okay, is that all for items for future agendas from everybody? That's the item we're on, right? Yes. Yep. Okay, then with that, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting. The time is 8:06. Can I get a second?
Second?
And we'll start down on this end.
Aye.
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 Thank you, everyone.